Welcome, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath, the third episode of our third season, Consequences. The last we left off, our coterie, the Iconoclasts, they had a hopeful encounter that they wanted with Jude Walker, a La Sombra who's been prowling around the city, kind of making a little bit more of a splash than anyone really wanted. But upon coaxing Jude out of their little hidey hole and trying to convince them that in order for things to continue in a more, shall we say, coerced companionship, they gave Jude an ultimatum that if he didn't bring Angel to the Iconoclasts, then they couldn't guarantee the safety of Jude's brother, Noah. And as it would turn out, Jude did not show up. Couldn't be persuaded. And so, the Iconoclasts took Noah, and after some deliberation, they came to the better outcome, possibly, of Noel giving Noah the embrace. And as such, Noel, this new night in the Alamo City, will be getting in contact with his sire in order to see about the training of Noah as a member of the Banu Hakim. Noel, you are a new vampire dad.
I am. And I take no joy in that. But for him, Noah, it's a simultaneously better and worse alternative to what would have awaited him had I not intervened. He will get his answers, one way or another. That doesn't mean I'm not wise to the ruination that he faces after he finds out. What now? I'm sure he'll ask. What do I do with all this time? It's a question that I'll have to figure out on his own, because I haven't figured it out for myself yet.
Do you believe yourself truly ready to have given him the embrace?
If I was making a child for the express purpose of wishing to continue the clan of judges, no. But this isn't about the continuing the bloodline. This is about crafting a warrior. This is about making a weapon. Nothing more, nothing less. And that weapon will either continue to be useful after it has served its prime purpose, or it will be discarded and its parts recycled. That isn't my decision, though. That's up to Noah.
Well, we'll certainly have to find out. Noah seems hopeful. Maybe. Or maybe a little delusional. It's hard to say.
Exceptionally delusional. But I'll work that out of him yet.
Ray, you've witnessed some very interesting things going on these last couple of nights. I'm sure your head's spinning with a bunch of questions. Why don't you give us some of those questions that you hope to answer tonight?
Questions? Yeah, questions. Or more just thoughts. Before I thought Maria was circling the drain, and after seeing everything with what she did at Noah's apartment, I mean, it was effective, sure. Fuck. Didn't need to hospitalize the girl. And now we've got this whole thing with Noah becoming one of Noel's kid, if you will. Fuck, I don't think any of us are ready for that. I mean, arguably it's the best option, but I thought we'd learned our lesson after more. It's not an easy thing to raise another one of us. There's this stuff with Angel. We've got... My main worry is Maria. Who knows what the hell's going on there? But aside from that, I guess I'm at everybody's disposal. I don't know what step to take next. I think I'm at that point now where I just need to learn.
Need direction?
A little bit.
Well, you do have a fearless leader in the Ventru Faust, who also has his own opinions about Noah's embrace as well. Can't let another Moor happen, can you, Faust?
I was once told by a great elder that the inevitable fate of a child who survives alongside their sire is that someday they will overtake and destroy the sire. It is the risk that one makes when they embrace. My immediate thoughts with bringing Noah to this position, making him of the undead, is how easily this can turn against Noel. How easily and simple it would be for Noah's loathing to turn to his own sire. Educate him as he will, I wonder if Mr. Stoneford truly has the ability to lead his child. It was a lesson I had to learn, face, immediately. You are not the master of what you create. That is a position you earn. And even so, here we are. I find that more than anything, I'm uninterested in playing games with another fledgling. I'm uninterested in playing games with the shadows that lurk around the city. I think often about the fights that we've endured as a coterie, about the trials we faced, and I see more often than not it's time we light a path, clear one, an intention, a goal, a focus. I'm determined to make that path available to my coterie. And I'm determined to chip away and burn anything that gets within its path, within our direction, within our way.
Pretty ambitious. But Maria, you have your own ambitions, don't you?
I think that's one way to end up putting it. Fact of the matter is that I'm needing to end up focusing on what I can do. You know, I'm reading over it and I'm reminded of the Tower of Babel. And it really does feel like nobody's talking the same language. Everybody's talking over each other. Everybody's talking through each other. Nobody's talking with each other. And if that's the way it's all going to end up going down, well, then I think it's all good. And I better end up taking certain precautions. I saw how Ray looked at me. I'm not blind to seeing Noel coming up with an answer. I'm not sure he planned it, taking in Noah. I think that it was to avoid something. So if that's the case, well, I best start preparing myself a little earlier. If an opportunity shows up, well, so be it. But for now, I'm just going to end up keeping on. Because right now, there's nothing more you can do. See, Sam is coming along fine. Nicole has her uses still. Though right now she seems to be more useful running errands. I'm sure that won't stay long. What I do need to end up knowing, though, what my options are.
Nicole's frequently asking you about whether or not you can make her into something like you.
Yeah. And if that day comes, certainly. But not right now. Not while I still have questions. Not while I still can't give her the answers that she needs.
And what do you think she's going to feel if she realizes that someone got to it first?
There was a first before I was. There was a first before that. I ain't reckless with the idea. I've been a lot of things in my life. Reckless has never been one of them. Feeling it, though. That slow distancing. Beforehand, I felt a lot of pity for Nicole. I'm not sure where that went. I feel more annoyed. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're right. I'm losing old Scratch.
Maybe.
Strangest thing. starting to feel like I just don't care. It's clear no one else does.
Then we have the lovely wallflower Bryan. The man who doesn't say much, but when he does, people sometimes hear. Whether they're actually listening, though, is another thing, isn't it, Bryan?
You never can tell. You never know if they hear me or not. I know they think they know me, but they don't. None of them really get me.
How could they? They know where they come from.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. Best I can do is secondhand knowledge. I believe they throw the word hearsay around in court with positions like that.
But can you really take the word of someone who claims to still be Camarilla?
At this point, it's the only option I got. She's the only one that knew him. Really knew him. At least as far as what I can find and have access to. I don't know who's way to trust anymore. Still so pulled in so many directions. So many other voices in my head, I don't know whose is whose anymore.
Perhaps you need a guiding light in this world of darkness in the Alamo City.
I doubt that exists.
Well, with that being said, I would like all of you to make rouse checks as we start a brand new night for our Iconoclasts.
Pass.
Oh, hooray. That monster in the deepest parts of your gut. It's getting to you. It's getting to you pretty bad. First things first, however, we are going to find out what happens with our lovely adventurer Faust as he goes to visit with some of his contacts at Bastion Investments to work on a little project he's been concocting. So, Mr. Beaufort, why don't you give us a little bit of an idea of what it is that you're trying to do at this particular investment bank?
Bastion banking. If you understand it, is my own sire's place of business. What he runs, what he's established, but coincidentally, Mr. Thomas Sawyer happened to be here as well.
Charles, actually.
Charles Sawyer. That said, I've gone ahead and established sort of a little bit of a partnership, a business deal with him. What I'm going to go ahead and do is make sure that Bryan's son is set up. As I grow Parvenu Network Solutions, grow my own businesses, my own dealings, so too will the resources for his. I am nothing if not a man of my word, after all.
A man's word is his bond, as your good friend Eddie would say.
Haven't seen him in a while. That said, I go on ahead and visit Charles, work between him and Mr. Ivanov. We see to it that we're able to establish a written document that I had Bryan provide me. It's a letter of inheritance, a will of sorts, and signed with his signature. It details what the whole business is about, where I come in, why I'm providing an anonymously funded banking account to his son. They'll only see it as an inheritance. They'll only understand it as such. What conclusions they draw from that is their own.
So in that regard, Mr. Beaufort, this is going to be a cumulative test to see if you can pull this off without anyone suspecting that it's anything other than a falsehood. So, the first thing I would like you to do is a resolve plus finance. And you may add Yuri Ivanov as your contact for this, as this is your looking into which accounts, which stocks, which funds, which bonds, things of all sorts you can build this portfolio with in order to make it look like an inheritance portfolio.
Two things. May I use my specialty in academics stock market?
Of course. That definitely applies here.
Excellent. And second, do I have the option to rouse the blood? Improve my chances, add to 2 dice.
If you're willing to risk the hunger.
It's worth it. I want to make sure I get it right. Tonight, I have quite the stern focus. So that's 2, plus a specialty, plus Yuri.
And Yuri is a 1-dot contact. You may add 1 dice.
All right. And I'd like to willpower it.
All right.
I think I stole Derek's dice.
Like I said, this is a cumulative roll. So this is 3 rolls, and you'll have your final result. The next thing I would like you to do is to do a manipulation finance. This one is not going to have your specialty behind it, as this is more, can you pass this off as something that was written and documented and created before Bryan's so-called death.
Very well. With that, does Yuri still count, and does the additional 2 dice still count?
No, this is on your own merits.
Very well.
How much are you able to fake this?
Pretty well, apparently. Decent.
Pretty decent. the next thing I want you to make is a manipulation persuasion, as you'll be presenting this to Charles as a means by which to provide the legal advice necessary for this.
Very well.
Okay. You feel that this is a pretty satisfactory investment portfolio that has built to your specifications, has been written before Bryan died, and would pass fairly well anyone who is scrutinizing. No one should know any wiser.
Excellent. I will further build upon it as the years come. Make it more strong, alias, more obstacles should anyone try and investigate it. But for now, it's established. Bryan is likely dead. Is dead. And his son is receiving an inheritance from Parvenu as a result of his dealings with our stock trade.
Well, so far as you know. Parvenu Network Solutions' name is nowhere on the document. It is all anonymous.
All anonymous.
With that being said, Charles and Yuri make a very large yawn and both dismiss themselves from the investment banking place, calling it a night because it is late. It's about midnight now. Well, actually, probably closer to 10 p.m. The nights get dark early, these winter nights, and thankfully, you don't have to be waking up at 10 o'clock. Instead, you got up closer to 8:39, which was kind of nice. But it's now after 10, and Mr. Wulford seems to still be in his office.
I assume he himself is working his own. Does he work on? But I have questions. I knock on his door.
Yes?
Mr. Wulford. It's Buford.
Come in.
Faust sees himself in, shuts the door behind him.
And just as you're entering, Delaney is exiting.
Miss Faust, nice to see you.
Mr. Beaufort. And she quickly leaves the room.
Mr. Wulford.
Faust.
It's been a bit. Haven't seen you since the tower.
And it's been the better part of a couple of weeks. Not that I'm complaining. Seems like a short time ago in my mind.
I feel like it's been ages. Far too much occurring.
To be young again.
After a certain point, does one stop having rivals, enemies, interferences that occur? Does it just keep coming up Every year, something new. Every month, another challenge.
I would be lying if I said it did. It gets easier over time to deal with the mundane, to even deal with the not-so-mundane. They become a simple, petty nuisance after a while.
I've noticed. Mundane seems simplistic. It's easy to work with people, individuals who are none the wiser. For the most part, it's just finding out what makes them tick, what makes them happy, what they're after.
And you're finding that to be less true with your kindred companions.
Oftentimes, yes.
Is it really so different?
Not terribly, but being interlaced with the coterie, it's more trying to convince on a direction and path. So many members were all pulled in different directions.
As is the case with any coterie of any size. I was part of a coterie that was 6 members strong at one point. It was like herding cats.
Oh, no kidding.
But, like you said, if you understand their wants and desires and their needs and just about anything else that makes them tick, you can use that to herd the cats.
It's true.
I didn't have to be particularly forceful with them. It's just a lot of work.
It's true. But what if in the scenario where cats you tried to interact with doesn't want anything but it seems to be ceaseless darkness?
Is this a question you would like private? Because could be interrupted at any moment.
Privacy is due. I need your guidance.
Take a walk with me, Faust.
And Faust follows Mr. Wulford.
And he leads you to the elevator, which leads you down to the lobby, which leads you both outside into the fresh air, where he leads you into a small little courtyard that has a bench. It's well lit, but it's fairly private, especially this time of night. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but kind of leads you over to a slightly darker corner of this particular courtyard, away from the building, kind of closer to a tree, and speaks softly, loud enough for you to hear, but not loud enough for anyone to interlope. Why don't you tell me what's really going on?
We encountered, suppose, a schemer in the group. Yeah. Initially was brought to our coterie by good graces of Baron von Svenka zu Altenburg.
I see.
She seems to make a habit of gifting us with newcomers. But while we've had the luck of the majority of them, this particular individual was not so malleable, negotiable, or cooperative. La Sombra.
La Sombra. Yes, La Sombra are a tricky lot. They have never been too keen on Ventrue, as a clan in general.
Noticing they're not too keen with our coterie either.
Well, that could be because you stand in the way of something that they're after. The Sombra tend to be ruthless. Will pursue their endeavors, even if it kills them. Won't back down for shit, as the kids would say.
I'm noticing that. And here I was thinking that if I had something important enough to them, something that undeniably would prove to be their interest, would prove to be within their interests to protect, then perhaps I could work with them. Maybe I was naive.
Tell me, Faust, how amicable would you be to someone who was doing something equally as vile to you?
I suppose not terribly.
So are you surprised by this response?
No.
You sound
Well,
like you are.
It's not that I'm surprised by the response. What I'm surprised by was how little value they actually held in anything.
Now, I don't know what kind of powers you've been able to foster in yourself, but I doubt that you're a mind reader.
I believed we had someone important to them as an exchange for the pretenses of them attacking coterie mates, important people.
And what were you requesting of them in return for this person returned to them?
Meet their sire, their maker. Have you ever heard of Shalamites?
Shalamites.
It's a word Mr. Stoneford has been throwing around. I'm not too comprehensive of them, aside from seeming investment in destruction.
From what I've heard, you would not be wrong. They are extreme nihilists. But that's about all that I know. Your Mr. Stoneford might have a keener idea as to what it is that their actual practices and things of that sort, if you're that interested. However, the fact that they are extremely nihilistic probably does explain this La Sombra's response to you.
Potentially.
Potentially. Not to say for certain, as we Ventrue are not mind readers, after all. But perhaps that gives you some insight as to how to approach this problem, if they are indeed a problem, in the future.
With how things have occurred and transpired, I don't doubt that at this point There might be retribution to pay.
Retribution for whom?
Isn't that the question?
Isn't it, though?
Still, I can't necessarily say I'm too any individual attacking the group that I steward at this moment. Them or their people.
No, the bonds that we make as a coterie are fairly strong. I do miss mine from time to time.
Faust thinks for a moment. Your coterie.
Yes. Did you think...
Camarillo.
Did you think I grew up to be the man that I am without it?
It's hard to tell sometimes.
No. As fledglings and neonates, it's important to understand your own weaknesses, and when presented with those who might fill in the gaps, make the best of the opportunity. Sometimes these friendships last for centuries. Sometimes only a matter of years.
Perhaps. I'm hoping that it can at least make some of these last even an average mortal lifetime.
Well, that'll certainly depend how amicable you are going forward.
Suppose so. This nest doesn't serve me. And I'm understanding better how to anticipate.
It's a good start.
I'm always finding that there's the outliers, the challenges.
And as I said, they will continue to come. Is there something pressing that you wanted to speak about?
I was interested in knowing. In particular, La Sombra, to my understanding, had business within sex work. It occurred to me maybe that there might be certain individuals who try and keep their interactions with that business on the down low.
On the down low. I'm still getting used to this newfangled language.
Perhaps they have an additional bank account anonymously stored for such deals.
Yes, those kinds of things are usually done with, what are they calling it, cryptocurrency?
That would be accurate.
Or cash. But the trading of heavily encrypted, heavily anonymous currency of any kind, be it cash or Bitcoin or Dogecoin or something else stupidly named. It's all strange. But It's the things you have to learn as technology progresses. And where your money comes from, I suppose.
Suppose so. That said, I was wondering if,
Did you
perchance,
not specialize in something like that?
I did. However, though I run an operation in trading it, I don't run an operation in banking it. I was hoping perhaps you could keep an eye out.
For a La Sombra looking to purchase goods with coin.
Or a mortal seeking to purchase deals. Or have a private bank account they use for cash purposes.
That's a very vague and broad statement, Faust. I'm not sure what it is exactly that you're looking for.
Suppose I'm just looking for
A lead on this La Sombra.
That's correct. To learn more.
Well, I doubt that they're going to be doing a lot of this financial manipulation on their own, given that technology seems to hate the La Sombra.
Really? Interesting. Well,
They hardly ever operate phones or computers or anything of the sort because these things kind of fritz out on them within minutes, if they're lucky. Seconds, if they're old enough.
suppose that explains a few things. Regardless. It's always good to receive your guidance, Mr. Wolf.
I'm always here to provide it, should you need it.
Thank you. Suppose, as of right now, that's all I need tonight.
Well, then I should let you go herd your cats.
Maybe I need to buy some toys for them.
Toss them in a general direction for some of them, they might bite.
You have a good evening, Mr. Wulford.
And you as well, Mr. Beaufort.
Faust takes his leave. He gets in his car. He, once again, feeling childish. He adjusts his mirror, looks at himself. There's always so many uncertainties. As of right now, he's just wanting to make sure that things are settled, that things are built. Yes, retribution comes, inevitably. I suppose, beyond anything else, he just wants to make sure that there is a legacy to be had here. The longer he stays in San Antonio, the smaller of a man he feels. And Wayne push and pull of the city continuously leaves him a pebble. It's frustrating. So frustrating. He shifts gears, starts heading down the highway. Keep his eye on the road. He heads to the Ramirez house. The shelter. He has every intention of setting up a new scenario for us. He opens up a phone, dials the number. Marjani Kalu. It's time Faust met Ava.
With that, we're going to switch gears. There's a certain Banu Hakim who is looking to get the advice and or blessing and or meeting of the grandsire done with Noah and Aaliyah. And so, we see Noel coming to the personal haven of Aaliyah with Noah in tow. Both of you having arisen at the general same amount of time, so he didn't have a chance to run off.
Not that it would be a good idea for him to, and I think he's smart enough to have realized that. On the way over, Noel would give Noah a bit of a fill-in on where they were going. He's going to meet someone who would be considered his grandsire, much like what a grandparent is to a parent. And in that also, there would be some serious talk about Angel. And the fact that now that he was as he was, if Angel spots you again, she's very liable to come after you with the intent of killing you. And that you should be prepared for that.
That's what this whole thing is with you people, huh?
We live in a world steeped with blood, Noah. It's the thing that sustains us. It's the thing that gets spilled in the name of ideals. And it's not even just a kindred thing. That's a mortal thing too.
And you don't think there's any saving Jude?
No. I don't. And I don't make that proclamation lightly.
Is this grandsire of mine supposed to tell me more about that?
For the most part, this is a formality.
Oh. Okay.
You should be on good... It is a good idea that you should be on good terms with her, however, as she is a rather powerful ally to have. Not only that, we can use this as an opportunity to figure out what it is that you're capable of.
Huh.
Because for everything that has been taken from you, Noah, for everything that's changed, there is quite a bit that you've gained. When I talked last night about powers, age, experience, these things refine these things into higher, more complex forms, and it allows you to do things that would be considered supernatural. Because that's what you are now. You're supernatural.
Right, yeah, you mentioned that before. But you don't look much older than me.
Well, just as a point, you don't age anymore.
Oh, great. I'm gonna be stuck with this half-assed voice and lack of facial hair. Shit.
Yes, but... And here's the thing. That's something that you could use to your advantage.
What, my fucking baby face?
Quite.
I will never have a beard. I'm
Lots of
actually
people
kind of
don't like-
sad about that.
Well, and he kind of turns, because Noel doesn't have any major facial hair either. Look at me. I'm not going to have a beard either.
Yeah, you're pretty baby face too.
There are many ways that one could use their new status to their advantage. The subtle things. It could mean the difference between convincing someone that you are something you're not, or that you're not something that you are. Kindred, we are double-dealing characters. It's built into us that we keep secrets for our own continued survival. Not to mention, it means that eternally you could play yourself off as what do they call it? A twink?
Oh god. What?
As a part of a masquerade, of course.
No.
Not that that would actually be the case.
Bro, I'm not gay.
No, you most likely are not. I don't deign to know your sexual preferences. But the thing is, if it got you closer to a goal, you could pretend.
I don't
And
even
that-
I don't even want to entertain that thought right now.
And yet, maybe it's for feeding, maybe it's to forward an agenda. There may come a time where you may do just that.
You really don't have a really good way with words, do you?
No, I do not.
You suck at it, man.
Well, there's a lot of things that I suck at. Difference is I've got the benefit of time to learn.
And
Not very good at it.
I
but-
don't know that it's helped you so far. Just saying.
I'm not that old. I've only been at this about 5 years.
I made it a day.
You've made it a day. And you have many more ahead of you. And that would be when they pull into Aaliyah's abode. Noel would have called ahead, tell her that it's like, there's someone that you will want to meet. And she would have been briefed on the situation in code over the phone.
And she will be in her library, as you regularly find her. And On this particular day, she's reading what looks to be a very plainly backed book of maybe leather? It's a soft cover.
And
It might be a new acquisition, you're not sure.
Noel would make a gesture to Noah to just wait outside the door a moment. And Noel would announce his presence.
Ah, welcome, Khalid.
Aaliyah.
It's good to see you.
And you as well.
How was your holiday?
Busy, simultaneously pleasantly quiet, and yet busier than I would have liked.
Well, I'm sure you'll tell me all about it.
Yes, but before that, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
Yes, you did mention them over the phone.
And Noah would lean back and back at Noah.
And he would walk inside the room, a little sheepish, kind of looking between you and the woman he's never seen before.
Aaliyah, this is Noah Walker, newest member of the clan of judges. Noah, this is Aaliyah Dawson, my sire. And your grandsire.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Noah. Likewise.
You know, just to point out, I'm normally not the one facilitating introductions. This is normally more, I don't know, Ray or Faust shtick, but...
You're getting better.
Not good enough to stop me from sticking my own foot in my mouth. Not yet. But...
We all do so when we're young.
But... I think at this current juncture, there's a couple of things that, in eventuality, I'd like to go over in depth, but...
But you don't want to in front of Noah.
No, it's more...
I mean, I can leave if this is gonna be awkward.
No, not at all. No, it's more me articulating this properly. I think I've seen the future of this one, Aaliyah.
Do tell. I'm curious.
I think he's meant to become a warrior.
She kind of looks Noah up and down. And Noah probably very predictably gets a little bit more sheepish as she looks at him with a bit of a scrutinizing eye. How so?
He's in possession of a fast wit and tough determination. With enough training, he'll be as swift as the wind and silent as the night.
Same as most from our clan,
Hmm.
given enough time.
Yes, it's more I just don't think he has the very particular, I loathe to use this term, as you well know is in reference, but thaumaturgical bent.
Well, I don't know that I would divulge that kind of information right away anyway. He's too young.
Oh, I'm not planning on it.
I did not start teaching you thaumaturgy until well into your 3rd year,
Hmm.
but you had the knack
No.
for it.
I did, but I'm thinking that this one... I think this one might,
I'm actually
might have a
better at
knack
like
for sneaking.
building computers. I don't know.
A knack for technology is a good skill to have.
I mean, that's what I was going to school for.
Hmm. And what you'll be able to complete, given some slight rearranging.
Not all night classes. Not all of a degree can be done in night classes. Or online.
There are ways around such things. Don't you worry. And he kind of taps his nose, like, don't worry about it so much. As a personal note to himself, he reminds himself that he used to go and talk to Faust. But he nods, looking between the two of them. I figured it would be better to get this out of the way before too long, so that you are aware of what's going on, Aaliyah.
I do appreciate you keeping me in the loop. I don't go out much, as you can very well tell.
Hmm.
Not that I would want to. What could I really get from everything out there? What do I need except for feeding? She kind of just looks at her library and says, I have everything I could ever want in this room. I'm lucky enough that I brought it with me.
Hmm. Well, I'm very thankful that you did.
Given how quickly we had to leave.
Noah,
Yeah, what?
head back down to the car. I'll be just a moment.
Yeah, I figured that's something that you would want to do. And he turns around and goes out of the library, as you have clearly instructed him, as this was getting a little awkward. How did he know? How did he know that this was going to be a private conversation?
As I said, the boy's got an intuition about him.
Yes, Any relatively smart person could see that.
The idea here is simple. He wanted answers for why certain things have happened in the way that they have. I'm not going to get into the specifics, but as such, using my coterie mates, I'm going to forge him into a weapon.
So it is not by his choice that he is a weapon. It is yours.
I'm going to give him the tools. What he decides to do with them is up to him. But that is where the majority of my work is going to lie. And the reason that is the case is because if I don't do this, he will not be tough enough for what comes for him.
And what does come for him, Khalid? You still have not said.
Shalamites.
Shalamites.
Specifically, his brother and said brother's sire. La Sombra, both of them.
Shalamites are in this city.
They are. And my coterie and I are seeking to remove them as quickly and efficiently as possible. Nihilistic rot cannot be allowed to fester. For if it does, it will leave this city hollow.
You are very correct. I am glad that I have taught you well.
And once this is all said and done, I aim to keep Noel under my wing for a little longer before I allow him to walk his own path. He's about to lose a lot. He's already lost so much.
He will need, likely, more than just a guiding hand from my teacher.
Oh, quite so.
Are
But it
you
takes a
ready to
village to
fulfill
create-
that role?
To say that I am truly prepared would be a lie. But it's what's necessary. It takes a village to raise a child. I've got some people that I'm going to have him talk to in a more in-depth level.
You don't want this to be strictly us.
For him, it can't be. He needs the feeling of belonging. Like he's a part of something. Not something so grand as a faction or a sect or whatever. But he needs to have a sense of belonging. To deny him this would be tantamount to building an artifact of our own destruction. Or my own destruction. something that I considered long as I figured out the links long before I made that first call to you.
I have already given you my blessing.
And I thank you for that. I truly do.
And I would definitely see these Shalamites destroyed.
And so that shall be. Myself and a number of other individuals will definitely see to that. And Noah, he's destined to be one of them. So that he can get what he's owed.
You would watch him destroy his brother.
No. I would never force him to do such a thing. Not unless he found himself equipped with the tools necessary to distance himself from such a thing.
It is likely what is going to happen, Khalid.
Likely. But I'm not going to force it on him.
No, instead you would have him watch you do it.
I would force his hand not one way nor another. If he watches, it'll be his decision. If he does it, it'll be his decision. The only thing I'm going to provide him is the ability to get the answers he seeks. What he does with them, well, that's up to him.
One can only hope it does not destroy him.
If it tries, I'll back him up.
I was meaning more the consequences of his brother.
Frankly, just as a question to you, ST. When I embraced Noah, would I have felt any bonds that he had snap, or?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I would give you a retroactive wits occult.
Yeah, I'll take a retroactive wits occult.
However, you cannot rouse for this.
And that's fine. I don't have any occult specialties. Ooh. I'll spend a willpower.
Since you cannot rouse, you cannot spend willpower. This is a retroactive roll.
Alright, well then it's just one.
You wouldn't know.
Alright. He most likely had a link. I'm sure the one that got her fangs into his brother also was going to eventually get her fangs into him, probably as means of keeping her child compliant. So it could have ended very poorly, one way or another. I simply hope to give him a way out. At the very least, I gave him the choice whether to walk this path or not. I don't think she would have been as kind.
Well, we shall have to see. Well,
I will let you get back to your reading. There is much for him and I to do tonight.
I have some preparations to do myself.
Of course. Then I shall leave you to it. And he'd give Aaliyah a soft, kind of bittersweet smile.
And she'll say her traditional goodbyes in Arabic.
And he would respond in Arabic. And with a bow, would turn and leave. Heading back down to Noah.
And you go back down to the car. And Noah is there. Just kind of leaning up against it since you've locked it and he didn't really have a key.
Yeah, but my apologies. I should have unlocked the car for you.
No, it's
Let's
okay.
Go. Well, yeah, I don't want you sitting out in the cold. It's an odd position you find yourself in, but that doesn't mean you're not deserving of, the basic courtesies,
I mean, I thought courtesies had gone out the door, but whatever.
The world you've been inducted into is an odd one. It's full of treason and betrayal and blood. But I want you to remember something. We were all human once. And that's the dearest thing of all, that you hold on to above everything else. That sense of who you are. We're monsters. Living in a world where we need to play pretend.
And do our best not to be. Is that the kind of be-all, end-all goal of all of this?
Do your best to be the best version of you can be. And when it comes time that you have to be a monster, do so, but don't take any joy in it. For beasts we are, lest beasts we become. And you don't want that. You don't want what's at the end of that road, becoming the beast. It's naught but pain, suffering. You'll have lost everything dear to you. And for the safety of yourself and others, like a rabid beast, you would be put down.
Yikes.
That is the reality we live with every day. So stay true to yourself, Noah. Stay true to yourself, stay true to your ideals. Because that's the most precious thing of all. And it means that you'll be around long enough to figure things out, to work your will upon this world and make it better, make it worse. That's your decision. But you'll get the chance to try, and that's the most important thing.
Right.
You wish to place your resources and time into building a shelter for the homeless, for the downtrodden. You could use it to your advantage, sure. But in the end, you'd be aiming to help people. Because as much as everything goes on, we can make them rely on us. But we naturally rely on them. For our own survival. So you see what I mean? In that you don't want to really don't want to treat them horribly if you can avoid it, but also not to be so obstinate that sometimes you may have to do something terrible in the name of furthering yourself, or that maybe it's in protection of somebody else.
Well, fingers crossed it doesn't come to that at a soup kitchen. He gives like
It'll
the
inevitably-
smallest quirk of a smile.
It will inevitably come to a head, but let's hope it doesn't happen soon. Now, let me take you back to the house, and I think, with all of the heavy stuff that we've gone through, maybe we can sit down and figure out what it is that you're capable of.
Okay. Sure.
As you heard me say, swift as the wind, and as silent as the night.
I'm Batman.
These things... You very well could. If you trained yourself in the right way, you could very well become Batman. If you want to be Batman, you could be Batman. And the thing is, more than anything else, you have all the time in the world to do it.
I was mostly kidding, but
Oh, you
I don't
were
know.
mostly kidding. But the thing is that if that is truly something that you wish, you have the power to make that happen.
I'm not billionaire hottie Bruce Wayne, though.
But you could be.
And as he's stewing on that thought for a moment, he spends the rest of the car ride silent. As all of you have now gathered at the meeting house, where Bryan has made some personal phone calls. Maria and Ahure have done their respective rounds and plots and things and have found very little of interest. There's nothing particularly pressing going on these nights, which is kind of nice. But that also means that you haven't heard from hide nor hair of Jude in the neighborhood as of late. Maybe he's fucked off? Can't be too sure.
No, he lurks and builds power. He's watching. Waiting. And I bet he has Angel right alongside him.
Well, the six of you are present in the house, having done your little errands and this and that.
Well, glad to be home. Home sweet home.
Likewise. Evening, Mr. Buford.
Evening, Mr. Stoneford. Faust side-eyes Noah. Mr. Walker,
Hi.
has Mr. Stoneford been providing you with the answer you've been needing at this time?
It's hard to really know what to ask, so I just,
Shut up and listen.
kinda.
You're already getting more than most of us. Be grateful.
Noel, he kind of looks to you, not sure what to say, then looks back at Maria.
It's
She's
a little
looking
rough.
at him like she's just want to eat him. That's it. That he's not worth it. This is a great mistake.
It's a little rough, but she is right. Not every kindred gets to have a good relationship with their sire. Sometimes they get abandoned in the world and they need to figure things out for themselves.
Shit.
That's sad.
Some of us get embraced and just left. You never know who they are. Doesn't make you hate them any less, even if you know them.
Right. Cool. I get the distinct feeling that this is another place where it's going to be awkward if I'm here.
It's going to be awkward wherever you go, sweetheart.
That's part of being a new one. Take a deep breath and embrace it.
Wait until things get real messed up.
Remember the talk we had in the car?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, inevitably something exceptionally messed up is gonna happen. It's just the way it is.
Speaking of inevitable, we took something. And I have no doubt in my mind that that's going to come back to us.
It's helping.
In the meantime, preferably, I'd like our resources built up. Multiple avenues, difficult bridges to be burned.
Burned or built?
Well, simply said, I'm interested in knowing what everyone's plans are. I think it's important we had a discussion about ourselves and of the domain.
Plans as far as what?
Plans as far as... We have two kindred who will likely return in order to receive some degree of retribution. In my eyes, the more roots we've grown, the harder it will be to burn. And in addition to that, how do we intend to build back up? How do we intend to move forward? We now have quite a few mouths to feed. Quite a few.
It's not a thought that's not crossed my mind, and I have some ideas, something that I will bring up to you in private along with some other things, Mr. Buford, as you and I need to have a little discussion.
Why not bring it to the table now?
Good question.
It intermingles with some more private affairs, but at the public face, I have plans to expand our little operation, Mr. Buford. It's been doing well so far, and I think now that the initial investment has been paid off, that we can look into expansion.
Thinking similarly. In addition to that, if you're all curious about my plots and plans here. I think it's high time that we had a little more control over the circulation within the area. Circulation of blood and of people.
How do you propose to do that?
I want to start a rack.
A what?
Noel stops, his eyes going wide and blinking. And he looks up to Faust, because I think he would be the only, him and maybe Ray would be the only ones who would even be aware of that term.
Ray doesn't. She was too young.
You want to start a rack.
I was not aware we were interested in medieval torture devices, but I see that this conversation took a turn for the interesting.
Medieval
allow me to
torture
explain.
devices?
No, no.
Ma'am.
The rack.
No.
Just wait a second. I'm sure there's more to it.
Yes, there very much is. But the uninitiated amongst us, the rack is a term used mostly in Camarilla circles to denote the most rich feeding place in the entire city.
Most rich or most prosperous.
Right. So, like Prince Malin's fucking Club Faith in Brisbane.
That's correct.
Place where basically everybody can feed.
That's correct.
Well,
but
yeah.
at a cost. A convenient cost.
Okay.
Currently, Sanctuary functions, but has the vice versa blade that which it only caters to thin bloods. But what of the other kindred? Certainly everyone has their own circumstances. There are multiples within the area that have their setups, but if we start to coordinate with some of the more popular individuals and provide a special service that we can, and ultimately we might be able to establish a business. My idea is that we make a stepping stone, first and foremost with Ava. We provide her people and see if there is any particular skills, talents that she needs. We can work towards seeing if we can bring forth resonance from the people who provide her.
ST?
Hmm.
Sorry to interrupt first. ST, is this reminding me of anything I may have heard of?
That's a very vague question. What is your specific question?
Oh, I'm asking if what Faust is describing is remind me of anything, like any kind of system that I may have heard of in the past.
You spent time in a Camarilla city.
I think what Lethality's getting at is he's asking if Noel has enough history or understanding to end up saying, rather than figure this out from scratch, can we take something that was already established? I know how this works and try and put it here.
Yeah. That would be...
Or making that recognition of that's the system, the kind of system that Faust wants to go with, and pointing that out.
Establish a
But
circulatory.
but it's just checking to see if Noel even has the knowledge of
that.
what
Okay.
that even is.
Okay, that would be an intelligence... politics.
In politics?
Yep. I will allow you to succeed at a cost.
What's the cost?
You have to come with me and get absolutely belligerently attacked by Ava.
An aggravated willpower damage.
An aggravated willpower. No, I'm gonna spend the willpower. I've got 3 dice to roll.
Here's a question: would Ray know anything about it because of her feeding type and the fact that she was also initially turned into Camarilla City?
That would be an int politics on Ray's part as well.
Yep.
How about 4? Because so spend the willpower rather than take the succeed at a cost, because it's a superficial with a chance of success rather than aggravated.
Okay. He's suggesting something. Ray, something. It's not coming to mind. You think it's there, but every time you poke at it in your mind, you're just reminding yourself that you're hungry.
I think I know what you're talking about, Noel, but I can't. It's on the tip of my tongue.
And Noel, that's when it comes into your mind. He's starting a circulatory system.
Noel kind of just sits there for a moment, and he looks up at you, Faust.
The motherfucker's suggesting cami policies.
Mr. Buford.
Yes.
Know that I say this with the utmost of respect, and that I very much deeply respect the ambition. But forgive me when I tell you, you're fucking crazy.
And Noah chuckles at that.
I suppose that's one of the nicer things I've been called.
Pot, meat kettle.
Okay.
You want to explain what you mean, Noel?
What Mr. Buford is suggesting is it's a system of blood movement through an area. Clients link up with a middleman to receive rarefied tastes, powerful resonances. Maybe if they need a victim in a particular state of being, to fulfill some sort of rarefied taste, or to fulfill an insecurity of a kindred, those who can't feed easily just by going outside.
Yeah, I think I remember my sire saying something about that. Because of the way that I feed.
Yeah, and the practices are employed by a group, very powerful Camarilla-aligned group by the name of the Circulatory System, named aptly for their purpose.
That's when it hits you. All right, yes, that is exactly what Alice has talked about.
And Mr. Buford is proposing that we make our own version here in San Antonio. And quite frankly, the plan is exceptionally audacious, and we have enough here to make that work.
Okay.
I hear a but coming.
Well, yeah. I mean, isn't that a Camarilla system, though? How many Anarch kindred are going to be on board with this shit? I mean, it works, but...
Provide the service well enough and they wouldn't have a choice. But therein lies the thing.
It's getting it established that's going to be the problem. Not to mention, do we know if they're dealing in the city already? Because aren't they like a big organization?
Yeah, international.
That's where the interesting part comes in. We establish our own system. I'm sure that they'll be coming out to talk about business dealings soon enough. How that functions, either way, would be within our benefit. They buy us out. They buy us out. We still become a part of that. We still have access to it. Functionally, we still have power.
And whilst they're Camarilla aligned, they have no qualms dealing with those of the Anarch movement.
Anarch City under law.
I'm just concerned about stepping on toes of a big organization, that's all. That's a risk that we've got to keep in mind.
That's why I said it was audacious and ambitious. But why I'm... yes, pointing out that this is an absolutely insane plan that you are suggesting.
I mean, no, it's not insane. It's smart. It's brilliant. But, like, we do have this problem that, you know, this is our kind's organization.
Yeah.
And it's big. Global.
Yeah.
And if we piss any of them off, who knows what the fuck that they could throw at us.
Yeah?
Because I'm going to make the assumption that to be that big, they're going to have some really smart, really ruthless fuckers in amongst their group. So it's just a matter of whether we're willing to take that risk.
Rather than piss them off, we impress them.
Fair point.
And I suppose in this particular case, I'm of the impression that A, we miss 100% of the shots that we don't take, and B, well, who doesn't want us gone at the moment?
Fair point.
And, I mean, look, Charlemagne's to the left. Literally the rest of the city to the right. And here we are, stuck in the middle.
With you.
Yep.
Huh.
So, I say we go for it. As crazy as it is.
Sure.
It could work. And,
You got an idea of how to get this started? You said Ava, and moving people to Ava.
Well, coincidentally, we just happen to have quite a few resources already started. Baron von Sven-Gauzu-Altenburg is populations to our area.
You've been cutting out.
Talking
away from your mic.
Oh, dang. We've already had quite a bit of resources coming our way for us. For this particular interaction here, this plan. In regards to that, I've been slowly working on building it up with Ms. Higgs. One and only.
Noel seems to go into a state of contemplation for a moment when you mention Maria. And he looks between the two of you for a moment before... there's like a shine in his eyes almost. Oh. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I see this.
Baron
Explain it
von,
to the peanut gallery.
Baron von Svenkow zu Alten sent her home. Before, we saw this as an issue. Now we're using it as an opportunity. Within that homeless population, Miss Higgs gets to make a selection. Makes them pretty, makes them useful, makes them good for the selection. We take that selection, the vessels, to designated locations where, in this case, I'm wondering if the club, the scene that Miss Ava maintains, might be able to either provide us with the necessary tools to establish specific flavors within these individuals. Alternatively, point us in the direction. From there, we sell it. It does require a couple partnerships, of course. Requires some dealings. But the more connections we make within Jameson's own domain, less disliked we'll be. More needed become.
Indispensability is a very important thing. All right.
So what do you need from me?
Well, that's a good question. I was thinking,
Maybe.
Mr. Stoneford.
Well, just before you do continue, I think there is definitely something that can be done. Good thing I decided to get one of these. And he's gonna go get a whiteboard.
Jesus Christ. Here we go.
He just pulls it out of a closet. Out of nowhere, all of us are. When the
Upon
fuck
it,
did he bring this in?
Upon it, he writes 4 words. Because, given previous roles, he's actually quite aware of this. Phlegmatic, melancholic, choleric, sanguine. And above them he writes the more simplified terms. Calm, sad or afraid, angry, horny. He circles melancholic. You can help with this.
What?
If we are going to cultivate vessels, something we've already started, there are 4 main kinds that we need. Choleric, sanguine, phlegmatic, melancholic. Or, for the uninitiated, angry,
Hey.
horny,
Hey,
calm, and afraid.
can you keep it to under a paragraph? Otherwise I'm going to fall asleep on you.
Simple. We need people scared. Guess what you're good at doing?
I suppose.
And Maria will be a major help with that as well.
Ray, you're wonderful on street level. I was thinking this earlier. Very good at working with individuals who are down within the underground realms, intermingling amongst the population, growling them in a way it's very, well, as Mr. Stoneford put it, very good at scaring them.
If you
That
reckon.
said, I do. That said, I was thinking about this earlier. If one of us is handling the police forces, drawing them, getting their attention to look away, often than not. You yourself can handle the underground circumstances. Keep a level of threat within designated areas. From there, Maria can draw the vessels we need. We play with them a bit.
Guess I better work on my scary face then.
Better yet, let's work with who you work with. You got a gun once.
Yeah.
That gun wasn't registered.
He won't do anything for free, though. This is a problem that I keep running into, is that we need something to trade. Whether it's with one of ours, one of theirs. Everybody wants something. Nothing comes for free.
Tell him we'll give him a cut.
Fuck, how do I put that into terms that a mortal will understand?
We're starting a business venture and you're helping. You help us and you'll get a cut.
Tit for tat, quid pro
And
quo.
when does he get his first payout? These are things that he's going to be asking me.
Last time I checked, Miss Kalu was looking to establish the drug industry around the streets.
Oh, he's well aware of that, trust me. In fact, he's been keeping his head low. Shit around here has made things a bit hard. Lots of cops keeping their eyes out.
And I mean, you know, lest Marjani bite his head off.
That's the thing, too.
That moves on to the next thing. Because we've still got these three. Josh is the choleric, phlegmatic, and sanguine. This one's handled by, will be specifically handled by the vessels being fed into Ava, and if another person is needed, we could technically get Violet on board with that. That's fine. This one, he gestures to choleric. Angriest motherfucker I know is Benji. Ray, you may want to talk to him.
Jesus fuck.
You're the one who's on good terms with him. But that leaves this, and he gestures to phlegmatic.
Why does Benji have to be involved in any of this?
Oh, it's more just maybe he knows someone. If he's an asset, may as well use him.
I was thinking
Keep in
about
mind, the more people we involve in running this conversation, the more handouts we've got to do.
Precisely what I was thinking. Mortals are a little bit easier. We don't have to involve them with blood itself. However, Faust looks over to Bryan. As far as choleric goes, fighting, I don't see why we can't have more than one underground ring. Between the two of you.
I'm not much for this kind of talk, but it seems to me that right now we need to end up starting to figure out if we can get this to work at all before we start upscaling like you're already planning. No offense to the both of you, but let's be honest here. You really trust me and Ray to be able to end up handling any of that stuff? Or anybody being able to rent in Benji? You and I both know exactly on how this is going to end up turning out. Benji ain't exactly got this thing for being called on. Sure as hell doesn't operate well with half of us in the first place. And, well, last time I checked, he had no loyalties to any of us. So I'm kind of curious on how that's going to work out. Near as I can figure, we might be lucky enough just to make sure that we always have enough to end the deal amongst ourselves.
That once again
Probably crazy.
That, once again, is why I say instead, we have Bryan being charged of caloric.
So let's lay this
Am
out
I just supposed to go out and start a bum fight now?
Seems to be what they're asking you for.
Noel, can I have your pen?
Yeah. Noel would hand Ray the whiteboard marker.
Ray takes the whiteboard marker and just kind of, with her arm, just kind of wipes off what he's done on it. He says, and she writes 1 and then puts a line under it. What's our first step? First thing that we need to do for this shit.
First thing I need to do is have my meeting with Ava. Speak
Okay.
with her.
Ray writes down meeting with Ava. 2, then what?
2, need to get you built up. Ray needs influence.
Influence.
Underground influence.
Right. 2A. Where do we start with that?
To start off with, like I said, I'll get a hold of some drugs.
Okay.
Go ahead and surmise to your man, your people, that if we give them the resources, a place to do it, and a little bit of protection from the police, and they should start their own operations, get a cut of the finances in exchange for our protection.
I'm thinking about this. Now, I have 2 people that I can talk to about this shit. 1 deals in weapons, not drugs. Very different ball game. You're dealing with a completely different audience. The other is a pawnbroker. He's kind of legit, but not really. Neither of these guys deal in the drug ring. So I've got this issue now where you're wanting me to get my weapons dealer to be a drug dealer.
Very well. Just tell him that we can get him a place. Establish that, he can begin his dealing again. But in exchange, for our protection, in exchange for what we can offer him in shelter, we'll be needing some of the cut. He can continue his operations. We get weaponry, and we get influence. Better plan?
You did say that he was keeping his head low due to everything going on. If we can offer a place for him to operate where he doesn't have to worry about having his head bitten off, or at least less worry about his head bitten off, that'll get the money flowing.
Yeah, but then you have to cover the security for the place.
Don't worry about that. Mr. Stoneford and I will handle those particular details.
Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him contact to you. Because I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be offering him here. A place to deal? Okay. He takes that anyway. A cut for what service?
The service of always giving him tip.
Tip.
A tip-off. when and where the police are showing, what their operations are, as well as our active protection from other gang activities.
So
No.
what's he given us?
He gives you money. He gives you networking, connections to other individuals more powerful than they are. And
Right,
so,
now I see what you're after. Okay. I can talk to him about it. Can't promise you anything more than that. So what's our step 3?
step 3 is get Bryan set up. That one's a little bit more interesting. Mr. Stoneford, pitch an idea.
Easy. Bryan, from our interactions together, and from you watching you have quite the ability with martial arts. Self-defense. It's a skill that's quite the high demand right now. People are afraid.
Afraid because Big Bad Ray's out on the streets.
Afraid that something might get them. You would offer the ability to arm them, the ability to protect themselves.
So I spend my nights teaching self-defense? Is that the idea here?
Not just that. You would basically end up in control of a small business. Things that you could then go ahead and use to cultivate ghouls who could do the teaching for you while you move on to other endeavors. And not only that, in such things, you would very quickly find that others may come knocking at your door. And in that...
You gotta start with a basis for a foundation of this knowledge in the first place. It doesn't come overnight, and just ghouling somebody, my understanding, doesn't give it to them.
Oh no, it will take time to set up. All of this will. Rome wasn't built in a day.
No shit, Sherlock.
So here's my question. What's a combat school got to do with us moving people?
If I understand what they're saying right, it's to build up resonance in their blood for this movement of the people. From the circulatory system type thing.
Promote different flavors. Once we have those different flavors, we're able to distribute them. The fun part is, well, getting them distributed. To a certain level, you have to come to terms to either you're essentially that is what they want, or
Or
place them in a-
kidnapping them.
No, preferably preserve ourselves. I'd like it to be a consensual basis. It'll remain low-key. Most scenarios, moving the kindred to the areas we need. We give them the opportunity to feed upon flavor that they want.
Here's another perspective for you.
All right.
Why don't we set up a place to keep people
What do you think the
and then
Ramirez
snatch them off the streets and store them.
I thought that was the idea with the church.
the church, the homeless shelter?
Seriously, you're
I
wanting
mean-
to pick up human trafficking?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
I warned you,
Yeah.
didn't I?
You know
Yeah.
what? How about if I bring the newbie around? Show him what's on the up and up.
Introduce him to Nicole.
Hey,
Yeah. I think that is actually a good idea.
hold up. Are you sure that's a good idea?
No.
He's new. We don't want to
Actually,
scare the crap out of him.
I think we already did that.
It's hard enough adjusting to the change. Well, it was hard enough for me. I can't imagine what it was like for a normal person.
What's
Maria,
normal?
Maria, you initially struggled with it too.
actually, here's an idea. Noah, after we're finished talking here, Ray, if you would, I would like you to take him on a little walk.
Yeah, I can do that.
Ray's a strong, practical woman. I can tend to be rather elegant and long-winded with my language.
I got one
Maybe
of those
has-
right.
Maybe, yes, hardy ha, very funny. But
You are extremely verbose.
Yes, I am exceptionally verbose. She has a more practical perspective on things.
I'm
And
an asshole,
just
but you'll get
listening
used to it.
and listening to me ramble on and on and on isn't going to teach you asides, what it is I have to share. So the other perspectives will help.
Okay. Yeah, long-winded is definitely a thing.
Yeah, it's a character flaw. But yeah, I think going for a walk with Ray and having a chat with her will give you some much needed perspective on the situation as it lies.
Well, you know what? I know what I'm doing. So, why don't we go on that walk now and leave these four to it?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't
You
need
could
to hear
also
some
use
of
some
these
fresh air.
details.
You get some fresh air. And he nods to Noah.
Noah starts to head toward the door.
Ray passes Noel the pen and says, "Little bit of tact." She's like, "Why am I the fucking one to say that?" And she starts to walk out.
Leaving the other four of our lovely kindred in the front room of the house.
That said, rest of this evening is going to involve seeing if I can get that settled as a deal. Jerry and I will be going on a drive next to Maria. And on top of that, I was thinking of visiting Baron Jameson.
The Baron.
I don't like playing games, Mr. Stone. Any of you. I'm tired of it.
We are in Jameson's domain, and if we're going to be doing something like this, it might be best to give him a heads up so he knows what's going on.
I'll do it.
No. Leave it to me. There's more subjects.
Oh, this I gotta see.
I'm gonna bring up the issue of Angel Day. Angel is not solely a problem of the Iconoclasts.
Yeah, if her and Judah left to fester, it'll become the entire city's problem. So yeah, alright. I'll give you a small rundown on why it is they are such a danger outside of the obvious, so that you've got information to push forward.
Good.
Bryan, you remember you have a date later tonight.
Bryan will excuse himself. Y'all figure this out and let me know what the hell y'all come up with. I'll be seeing y'all later.
Let it be
And
known.
walk out.
As Bryan walks out, he hears Faust, lowers his head. Let it be known that no Lasombra can step foot in the city without being sacrificed.
Bryan taps hip where you would know that he is keeping at least one of the stakes he is carrying.
And with that, Bryan also takes his leave.
What a mess we find ourselves in. But then again, we can't say that our world isn't interesting.
I don't think we've had a boring night in what? Since we got together?
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right.
And with that, I believe we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, Bryan will be having a date with the lovely Maxine Forrest, and the rest of our Iconoclasts will be going to see Baron Jameson. So we'll be right back, everyone. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath, Season 3, Episode 3. We join 3 of our Iconoclasts at Baron Jameson's bar, the Lone Star Pub, where he can often be seen playing pool, working in the back, you know, the mundane things of every night life to a kindred. Probably becomes so rote to him at this point, given how old he is, but he is the Baron, and what he does aside from his mundane duties is anybody's guess. But the 3 of you have pulled up to the front of the bar, and while you might be expecting to see Maxine at the bar, instead you see a different bartender. Someone you don't recognize. You usually ask Maxine to see if Jameson is even in when you're here, and she's often here when you are. But she's not present today.
Interesting. Suppose she finally got a day off. Still, I approach the bartender. Sit down.
Can I get you?
Nothing tonight. I'm actually wondering if the boss is in.
The boss?
Yeah. Big man Jameson. No?
Okay. And he kind of looks at you a little strange that you're not ordering a drink. And slips behind the bar into the back rooms, you would assume.
Just wait. Truthfully, I haven't really shown up enough here to get a full detail or understanding of Jameson's reputation in his own bar, but I know well enough. Don't enter in the back without a call.
And so you wait for a moment. There's people playing billiards. There's others drinking at the bar. And when the bartender comes back, he kind of looks you up and down, then goes back behind the bar. And after a moment, he says, "You can go on back."
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Faust just points to the other two to follow along.
Now, are any
And
of you
Noel?
blushing?
Yeah, that would be me. I kind of need to.
Yep, you look dead
Yes.
otherwise.
I'll also blush.
Dang.
Suppose I can spare it tonight.
Hungry, hungry Maria. Ever closer, that little scratching in the bottom of the pit of your stomach just gets louder and louder. You realize how emptier and emptier you're feeling. Maybe this whole conversation thing is not even worth it. But you walk back, and when you do see that Jameson is indeed there, sitting at a desk, his arms folded a little bit, kind of looking at you all, gesturing at the seats in the office.
Good evening, Baron Jameson. It's been a while.
Yes, it has, Mr. Beaufort.
Thank you so much for making a little time for us here. I'll make it quick.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of it.
Certainly not. But I thought this matter was pertinent enough to you at this time. I believe you and I have a common interest in a particular instance. Once, as an intruder within the domains, within your areas, not by our word by any means.
An intruder.
Tell me, how's your relationship with Liz?
with La Sombra? That's
Two
what you
of them.
said?
That's correct. 2 of them.
You're asking me how my relationship is with La Sombra. This whole goddamn city hates them, Mr. Beaufort.
I'm aware of that. It's just a little joke on my part, I suppose.
Really? You're gonna be joking right now? When both of us have said to each other, we're gonna make this quick.
I'm not exactly cutting Kurt. No. I'm aware of San Antonio's well enough. Been told the story plenty of times. Regarding every instance that occurred with Batista, it'd be fortunate. Truly was. However, these 2 La Sombra are a little bit even worse than that. They're of a particular faction, religion, referred to themselves as Shalamites.
I'm not nearly as caught up on, what goes on outside of this city as I should be. So you mind telling me what you mean by that?
Sure thing. Mr. Stoneford, if you could explain what a Shalamite is.
I'd be happy to. To not mince words, the cult of Shalim, those who refer to themselves as Shalamites, are a nihilist cult. Specifically populated by La Sombra, mostly, due to their wielding and worship of what they refer to as oblivion, the void, darkness. A regular member of the Clan of Magisters is liable to understand and maybe even fear the power that they hold. Shalamites tend to almost worship it like it's a god, and it represents true nothingness. And that, combined with a very potent form of nihilism, makes them exceptionally dangerous individuals because they hold absolutely nothing sacred.
I see. And
these 2 have shown on multiple occasions that is exactly the truth of them. They hold nothing sacred.
okay.
Not themselves. And if pushed to an extreme, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm sure it will eventually, even the masquerade would be paltry.
Think of it like this. To my understanding, they're like a good old-fashioned Sabbat Sombra. A little bit worse. They want to maim, they want to kill, they want to end it all. Now, we've been trying to handle this particular issue. Figure out a way to de-escalate, remove the threat entirely. Rather elusive. Something about their shadows make them rather hard to find.
Yes, it
Because,
does.
yeah. Going to make a wild suggestion here. Perhaps the Sabbat raids from before might have been instigated by one particular individual to know Angel.
Angel.
She's the eldest of the two. Sire to the other. She seems to envision herself as some embodiment of death. Still. That being said, you've stepped on a couple boundaries. They have the gall to poach within your domain. You've attacked individuals who were not afforded to them. They've been damaging to the properties that we've besieged, we've tried to steward.
So they've been ruffling your feathers and you're upset about it.
Suppose that's a good way to put it.
Keep it simple, Mr. Beaufort. I don't have all night.
My bad.
What do you want me to do about it?
I was thinking it was only a matter of time. If it's not us, then it's likely anyone else's. We're working on the issue as it stands. Because we do serve you, I thought it's important to bring it up to your attention.
You don't serve me. You are anarchs who make it a very courteous gesture to see to it that I'm informed.
Right.
I am just a mediator when you can't work your fucking shit out. So, do I need to mediate this?
We're interested in you keeping an eye. If you spot him, give us a direction and call.
If I spot them, I'm handling them myself.
Perfect.
Understood.
Figured it was best to bring it to your attention, as you are right. We are all anarchs, and a problem for some of us, especially since they're going around and have no care or regard for anything or anyone. They're a problem for us. Who else are they a problem for?
So you said. So let me get this straight. You're assuming. Let's call it what it is. You're assuming that because they're supposedly Shalamites, because they're ruffling your feathers, because they're being all uppity in your domain, that you want people to keep an eye out and do what exactly?
Well, for the better interest of everyone at hand, see to it that they leave the city. Now, assuming is an interesting word here. We do have evidence of what they are. They've announced it themselves.
That's shaky about whether that's evidence, but okay. Sure, I'll take your word for it. Although, your word has been getting better about being trusted. Your word, specifically. Faust. Now, you want to have at them? Fine. That is your business. They've ruffled your feathers. You deal with them in whatever way you like. I'm not going to suggest which way that should go, because God forbid that I suggest unfortunate things happen to La Sombra.
But you wouldn't go out of your way to end up there stopping something from something unfortunate from happening if you were not informed.
I wouldn't be sad. I'll put it that way.
I would like, real quick, because I'm willing to bet we interrupted something or we came in, because we came in fairly unexpectedly.
Yeah.
That there might be something on his desk or, be it paperwork or something. Maybe I can catch what he was doing before we showed up here. Something that puts this into perspective.
Okay. Then that would be a wits awareness.
Okay. I am willing to willpower 2 dice.
Okay.
Nothing.
There's paper. There's a computer. There's a cell phone. There's all the accoutrement of having a computer on the desk. But nothing seems, at an initial glance, to be of anything of any real importance, except to maybe the building. Like, invoices for wine have been kind of stacked in a pile.
Well, I think, all things considered, I was just end up leaving this to Faust, letting them handle this for the most part. I was hoping there was a little bit of an end or something to end up keeping us in good graces, but, well, this is Mr. Buford's show. Let him handle it.
My primary concern is, like you said, it's all assumptions from our estranged interactions with these two. But my concern is that functionally, it's just another Camarilla ruse. What? Way to diverge and distract us.
Wait, you were equating them to the Sabbat. Now you're equating them to the Camarilla?
It can work both ways. Suppose this. While there is a purge in Dallas not too long ago, what would have been a good way to keep the anarchs distracted in the meantime? There is infiltration. The Camarilla. This is a Sabbat pack. It's well enough been established that was part of that whole entire entail, the history of which I'm just concerned this is going to be another John Bell situation. With them being Shalamites, so distinctly nihilistic, so distinct, unamused, not interested in maintaining sort of human experience. It seems like escalation is gearing towards an inevitable. My intent is to protect the areas we steward. Of course.
Steward. You keep using that word.
It's another word for lead.
Sure.
Semantics aside. I just thought it would be good to bring it up to you. In case, it ever becomes a problem for you. I don't want it to be a surprise.
You'd be one to know Camarilla ruses, wouldn't you?
Considering how many I evaded, just to get away from it all, yeah. Suppose I would. There's always value to every Baron Jameson. I'm hoping whatever experiences I can bring, positive ones. Same with our Iconoclasts. That said, all I have for this evening. Don't waste your time anymore. You take care.
Sure, you too. He just kind of sits and watches you leave.
ST.
Mm-hmm.
With that, and what Faust suggested, can I blood surge and make a roll persuasion check to see if in some way I was able to influence him a bit to take action on his part?
Okay. Yeah, this would be a contested roll.
Okay.
He is going to insight check you, while you... This would be a manipulation persuasion.
Okay.
You're trying to incite him to do something specific.
And I can blood surge, yeah?
Yes, you can. But is some of this you don't know to be true. So I'm actually going to think that this is a subterfuge roll instead of persuasion.
That's fine. My cat is going insane.
Versus his wits insight.
All right. For once, the first time tonight, I got hungry. And manipulation subterfuge, you said?
Yep.
And would it be a straight roll?
Minus your status for suspect.
Or is it just +1? Because normally blood surge gives you 2.
Right. Yeah. Blood surge is 2, -1 for your status.
Okay. So it's still a +1 modifier.
Mm-hmm.
And I would also like to willpower 2 dice, just to see if I can get the extra.
Okay.
I do not get the extra. He saw.
He looks at you, Faust. What about this are you not telling me?
To say that they ruffled our feathers. Mr. Stoneford very specific. We're out for retribution. Be honest about that.
No, there's something you are specifically lying about. Can't pinpoint what it is, but you're lying to me, Mr. Beaufort. I don't like being lied to, Mr. Beaufort.
do you suppose that I'm lying about?
That's why I'm asking you. Can't put my finger on it, but something about the way that you talk, the way that all of you talk. All you do is seem to want to manipulate people to do exactly what it is you want. What are you trying to get me to do?
Open to barter.
Barter for what?
Get rid of our problem. We'll get rid of yours.
What problem do you suppose I have, Mr. Beaufort?
Any that you come across, Jameson.
See, funny thing that I can't take you on your word. It's getting more trustworthy, Mr. Beaufort. You are not trusted yet. And let me make it perfectly clear where it is that you stand right now. The Iconoclasts are allowed to do as they please in their domain. Outside of that, as much gallivanting as you've gone and done around this whole city, by even involving yourselves in other barons' business, what did you expect me to think? The fact that I'm hearing that whistleblowing and all sorts of, well, blowing things out of proportion as some things might be, and then gallivanting and saying that you took out the problem when it wasn't a big problem as it is, showboating. Painting yourselves out to be bigger than you are when you're small. Little fish. I would like to think that I am amicable and reasonable. I appreciate your warning. And yes, I don't like La Sombra. But this city is also a haven to those who are escaping their own hell. You'd be diligent to remember that that is exactly what I have given you.
I've never thought otherwise, Jameson.
Oh, Mr. Beaufort, I disagree. I disagree. You come in here and expect me, what, to just abide your will?
Well, not necessarily. Appears democracy is off the table.
Democracy.
I'll have to bid you good night. I apologize for wasting your time.
Do you have something to say, Mr. Stoneford?
No, I like my feet on the ground, and I would rather not choke on them.
Smart kid. Get out.
Faust leaves.
Maria opens the door for both of them. After they head out, she simply looks to Baron Jameson and gives him a cordial nod, knowing, reflecting on the conversation that they had before. Soft smile and thanks. I appreciate your time, sir.
Good night.
And to you. Close the door. Just walks out with the others.
And with that, the three of you walk into the hallway that leads up to Baron Jameson's office. And you're free to leave and or stay, should you desire to.
Faust heads back to his car. He's done.
As the three, as Faust exits the bar, Noel would be behind him. And as Faust moves over to his car, Noel just kind of gives a side glance to Faust. Look, I gotta ask, how were you hoping that turned out? What was the intention there?
Intention in the end. It was to give him ideas. In the end, realistically. Isn't it?
Okay. Okay. I'll meet you back at the coterie house. And Noel is just gonna jump in his car and head off.
Maria takes a moment, enters the passenger seat of Faust's car, reclines it back a bit, looking out at the bar through the windshield.
Maria. Faust starts up the vehicle. His hands feel. If it weren't for the fact you're already paying attention to your surroundings, looking around, observant, probably wouldn't have noticed. Blush of Life shows Faust is still white knuckled.
Oh, you don't like the way he was talking to you.
Never do.
Who does he think he is? Brewhog garbage.
Faust doesn't show any expression.
Bit you hard tonight, didn't it?
Not unusual.
Probably.
The same.
I know you ain't much of the praying time. But just as a thought, Lord helps those that help themselves. Maybe part of this, well, comes down to a simple thought. Might be easier to ask forgiveness than it is permission.
Perhaps.
What's going through your mind?
The decision that's always been there.
You're angry.
No.
I can see it in the knuckles.
No. Just always disappointed.
I'm sorry we're a walking bit of disappointments and a surrounding of failure, but unfortunately it's the best you got around you.
Misunderstand again, Maria.
I don't think I do. You want things to go smooth, like clockwork, right? Everything measured, peace, right? Everybody's got an ability, everybody can do this, X, Y, Z, right? Everything's tied together. You think in these plans, and I can see why. When you got it all figured out, you know how it's gotta go. But you're dealing with something more than that. It's not just cogs, you're dealing with people, right?
Precisely.
When you start mistaking the people for numbers, you start losing yourself, right? It kind of reminds me when church needed to end up getting a new steeple, and we tried to end up doing fundraisers. I was doing a bake sale back when. I swear to you, I used to make the best peanut butter cookies you ever end up tasting this side of neighborhood Mississippi, but I think when we got so focused on the numbers, making sure everything worked out, we started forgetting about the people. See, steeple makes a fantastic element, but it don't do nothing. It's not near as important as those around. Ironically, when I started looking at people, the money just seemed to sort itself out. Again, Lord works in odd ways, usually to teach us a lesson. I guess what I'm trying to say in a roundabout way, because I'm not like Jameson, is there might be a lesson here to be learned from Faust. And, well, I guess rather than rub your nose in what happened, because I've no doubt that many others would, all I can say is I'm willing to listen. We all need a moment of confession now and again. And I know you ain't one to end up entering no church or confession booth. But sometimes you need a friend.
It's complicated.
I got eternity. And maybe my version of hell is having you to explain complication. Maybe that's how this works out. So this is a form of penance.
Goodness. I don't want to punish you.
You'd be one of maybe 3 people in this entire city who wouldn't. But I guess in your terms, all I can do is put the offer on the table. But given your own reaction now, Basically, you don't want to talk. So all I can do is open the door. You can go step into my new confessional anytime. If only to sort yourself out. She opens up the door. Starts walking to her truck.
Faust just watches her. He releases the wheel, puts his hands on his pants. Anxiously. More than anything, he's just disappointed. It's always one step forward, 2 steps back. Maria's right, though. It's always been easier for Faust to just... technicalities.
People don't work like numbers.
I don't. It's like what Faust was saying earlier. Humans are easier. Humans have simple wants, simple needs.
Could always just remove him from the picture. That'll teach him to screw with us. We take out a Baron.
Kindred are far more complicated than that.
Oh, but wouldn't it feel nice? Wouldn't it feel nice if I just sunk my teeth right into his neck, drained him for everything that he was worth? I bet he tastes delicious. I bet he tastes overworked too.
No.
I'm hungry.
Jameson. As fair as he likes to play. Taste equal to pus and shit. Just like his blood. Faust starts the car and begins driving back to the coterie house. He plans to stop at the shelter, finish his errands.
Just before we head over to Bryan and Maxine for their lovely little date tonight, Noel, you said you were headed off somewhere. Where did you go?
I'm just heading back to the coterie house.
Okay, you're heading straight back. That leaves Maxine and Bryan. Two lovely individuals now sitting in the middle of the outskirts of the city in what could potentially be considered the middle of nowhere.
Before Bryan got there, he composed a text message to send to Katya. Hey sis, things have gotten really shitty really quick. You gotta head out of town before things get even shittier. I know you and technology don't work quite so well, so he sends the address to the coterie house. Maybe we can pick up a old school correspondence. Keep in touch. your particular proclivities are very, very on the edge of what's going to be going on in this city, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Please take care.
And you would get no response just yet.
Right.
But you do see that Maxine is waiting where you told her to meet you.
When Bryan gets out, he'll reach into the back seat and pull out a picnic basket loaded with some goodies. Bottle of sangria, and then walk towards Maxine. Good evening.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well. I kind of expected your call a little sooner, but I think this'll work.
I do apologize. I've been rather busy.
Well, so
and
have
to
I.
be honest, and to be honest, I did expect to call you sooner, but these things work out in time.
Yeah, they do. What did you bring?
Well, I should have probably asked what it is you prefer, but he'll open the top of the picnic basket, pull out a blanket, lay it out. Just some little home fare, some, I hope you like it, tortilla soup with a bacon wrapped chicken with cabbage slaw and serrano peppers topped with a queso fresco and red jalapeno salsa, tacos, and some empanadas dusted with powdered sugar and cinnamon with honey.
That all sounds very delightful, but how do you
Should have asked if
presume
you
that we
could.
partake of this? You are kindred, right?
I am, and I do. I should have asked if you did. Or could.
No.
Arr.
Well, it's I guess that's a little positivity for you, I guess, since you said you can. It tastes like ash going down, so.
I am so sorry. I should
It sounds
have asked
delightful. It sounds absolutely delightful. I'm a little disappointed I can't taste it.
What do you normally do on occasions such as this, then?
Well, on occasions such as this, it's been a little while since I've been on a date. I can't say that I've been on a date since I was embraced, and so this is new to me too.
So we're great. We're both in the same boat. We're gonna make this up as we go along.
You know what? That works just fine with me. I am pretty good about seat of my pants, kind of living my life kind of thing.
Well, we do have such a beautiful night. Do you dance?
Not particularly. I'm more of a designer.
You're a designer. What do you design?
Well, I used to teach at the University of the Incarnate Word.
Really?
Yeah, fashion design.
Interesting. Do you still keep up with it?
God, no. I mean, I don't
No.
teach anymore, but
I would think a fashion designer with our longevity might have a way to keep themselves afloat.
I haven't figured that part out yet. I was only embraced last year, so...
Wow. I'm relatively young myself. I don't know how this is all supposed to work for everyone else, but I make assumptions and, well...
Make an asset of you and me.
Apparently sometimes, like Mr. Stoneford, I wind up chewing on a foot or two because of those assumptions.
I've seen Mr. Stoneford, and I must say that you're a fair bit more pleasant on the eyes than he is.
He chuckles to himself. Well, I'm not saying he's not a attractive sort in his own right. He opens that mouth and everything disappears.
Yeah. The brief conversations we've had have not been... Well, I'll leave it at that. I will leave it at that. I shouldn't speak negatively of your compatriots.
Go right ahead. I started it. I opened this can of worms. You didn't. I just have to live with them. Beyond that,
You live with them?
in as far as a coterie can live with one another.
Right. Right.
That's it.
You don't have a place of your own?
Not at the moment, no. Do you?
Yes, I do. Which, if you ever get tired of the stars, could always go back to my place.
Rarely ever get tired of looking at stars, but...
Well, the daylight's eventually gonna come.
It will. But if you would rather, we can retire to your place for now.
I'm not sick of the stars yet.
Whenever you're wanting to. I enjoy the out of doors. Yeah. Before this life was thrust upon me, I made my living out in the oil field.
That explains your physique.
Yeah. You'd be surprised. Some of those guys are just fat tubs of lard that barely do shit. Smell even worse.
That is a thought in my head now. And
I do apologize.
Deign to think of it.
I do apologize. Sometimes I just can't get that image out of my head. Fat tubby bastard just sitting at the computer barking orders all damn day. I don't think he ever paved. barely mumbles audibly.
That is disgusting.
Where's was the meth heads? Just as likely to blow shit up as to get shit done.
Perhaps we should talk about more pleasant things then.
Oh. The job was good. The job was fine. Decent money.
Good.
Not bad for a young kid. Better than most jobs. Damn sure. Damn sight better than minimum wage.
That's fair enough. But I want to know a little bit more about you, not the job.
What would you like to know about me?
Well, where are you from?
Dallas originally.
You see that her expression gets a little distant for a second? Alice.
Insight check.
Okay. Go for it.
Let's see. Wits. Insight. Alright. One, two, three, 4, 5. That's 5.
And she got
6.
7.
Damn it. Ooh.
She cool as a cucumber. Her expression might have twinged a little bit, but she seems pretty...
Yeah.
You're not sure what's going on with her. A little distant, but you can't tell what exactly the reason why is. And she just asked you, Dallas.
Yeah. Where'd you go there?
Sorry, what?
You got that faraway look in your eyes. Where'd you go?
Oh, nowhere. Nowhere in particular. Just thought
what
about
about
the city
Dallas?
lights.
It was a lot of fun as a kid. Especially down in Deep Elm.
I think I've only
Knew a
been
couple
once.
Knew a couple bars they never ID'd. Well, not me at least. See, when you're this tall and your voice this deep when you're 10, folks tend not to ask too many questions.
I'll take your word for it.
Hey, in Arkansas, if you're tall enough to put your money on the counter, they really don't question nothing.
Arkansas. I thought you said you're from Dallas.
Yeah, I am. I got family in Arkansas. Granddaddy's, well, biological family from Arkansas.
So what
At least
brings
that's
you to
what I
San
was
Antonio
told.
then?
Well, the shitstorm that is Dallas for now. Get out before things got too hot.
I see.
I'm told there was a bit of a similar type kerfuffle that actually got shut down pretty hard last year here in San Antonio just before I made my way in. Camarilla upstarts. Think they own everything.
Yeah, they do. She kind of goes back to looking at the stars instead of you.
Bryan thinks to himself, how could this go any worse?
Well, I've
What
asked
about
you 20. I've asked you 20 questions. What do you want to know about me?
Well, before she started, Bryan leaned over and said, so, where are you from originally? 20 questions. I've only heard 3.
Well, a lot of people consider 3 questions to be the 20 questions game these days. Also, I hear you rattling your dice repeatedly.
I apologize.
Well, I am from San Antonio. Born and raised.
Okay.
Had been teaching at the university for, God, it had almost been 10 years. Before that, I got my PhD when I was there. And was really starting to see the fruitions of some of the students that I was teaching and some of the designs that I was making, and it was really starting to take off. And I thought everything was going to be okay in that regard.
Yeah. Life happens while we're busy making other plans, or on life, I guess you could go with now.
Well, the unlife happened, and that all had to be sidetracked.
Yeah. You think you have it all figured out, and shit gets sideways, and you don't know your asshole from your elbow no more.
Oh no, I know exactly what happened.
I don't.
Yeah.
You walk into the grocery store, and then you wake up and you're one of us.
Or you meet somebody, and they're everything that you could ever want. Promise you the world. Even tell you that things are going to be okay. And then your sister kills them.
Holy shit. Is that how you became one of our kind?
I'm the younger sister. Ashley he was gonna be seneschal.
What's a seneschal?
Nothing. He promised, and then Amber took him away from me.
I apologize. Can you repeat that?
What about Ashley or Amber?
Amber.
Amber. She sits all pretty on her little garden.
Baron Altenberg's Amber?
Baron von Dreventgau zu Altenberg's Amber.
Ooh.
The woman who destroyed my life.
Is your sister.
Is my sister. Brood sister, I suppose.
Oh, boy.
You thought your life was fucked up. Mine's pretty bad.
I'm not in any kind of competition here and don't want to be. So apparently, whether we're kind or kindred, families are fucked.
I suppose so. My blood boils just even thinking about her. I don't want to think about her anymore.
Yeah, let's get your mind on something else then. I do apologize. What do you do for fun when you're not running Jameson's bar?
What do I do for fun?
Yeah. Do you read? Do you make art?
I still draw. I still occasionally, put my ideas and thoughts on paper, but I have no way to make that happen anymore.
How? Do you not? You have plenty of time.
Plenty
You
of
were a
time.
fashion designer.
Plenty of time. It's only a matter of time before Jameson takes my head too.
What does he want your head for? I think it's kind of pretty where it is. Why would anybody want to take it off?
Well, again, that's going into things I don't really want to go into right now.
Well. Well, as I said, I don't understand why you can't be a designer anymore. I mean, Texas ain't the greatest place for it, but, you can be a designer anywhere.
Yeah, if Jameson ever let me have anything of my own. He's sweet, what he wants to be.
But it's all a mask, ain't it?
He's brouhaha. Eventually he gets mad about something, and eventually something gets destroyed, and then...
It's all your fault. Bryan has an image of Benji running through his head. Brouhaha.
Seems like every one of those people in Velda's domain are just sacks of shit that ruin everything. Including this poor girl's life and unlife.
Bryan will stand up, run to his car real quick, and turn some music on. Turn it up fairly loud. We are in the middle of nowhere. Why don't we just take your mind off this? I know you said you weren't much for dancing, but it's such a beautiful night. Why don't you dance with me? Nothing fancy.
And she'll stand up, especially if you're offering a hand, and
Yes.
and will lean in close for a dance.
And Bryan will take her hand, pull her close, and dance beneath the stars.
She leans in, and eventually, as the night goes in, she does kiss you.
Bryan will kiss her back.
You're sweet.
Well, sometimes it's nice to have something beautiful in this world of so ugly. And you are a rose among the thorns in this area.
Can the same be said of you?
I wouldn't know.
Well,
As he's talking to her, Bryan's wondering what Camille would say or think.
what would she say? Would she be
All this.
bothered by the fact that you're kissing another woman?
In Bryan's mind, she's moved on. Oh.
Was forced to
Told
move
him
on.
to get out twice. Forced or not, she's moving on, and she's told him to get out twice. He's not willing to push it for a third. He can't help but compare Maxine to Camille.
Very different in appearance, but she is sweet. And you really can't help but think, what does her blood taste like?
Can't help but think that of every kindred I meet.
Every goddamn one.
Maxine will hear a little bit of a soft growl at that thought. Almost a purr.
Something wrong?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Old habit. I do apologize if I startled you.
No, not at all. Well, I think if we're both getting sick of the stars, why don't we go back to my place?
Sounds like the best idea I've heard in a while.
And in the both of your cars, she leads you to her haven. It's nice. It's a decent apartment, but it is on the south side, so it's not terribly good to look at, but it's functional.
Mhm.
She leads you into the studio apartments, kissing you.
Bryan looks around. Bryan follows, kissing, occasionally looking around, familiarizing himself with the surroundings.
And for the moment, as the two of you are engaging, We're going to fade to black and call the session for tonight. You're welcome.
Wow. I seriously thought I'd put my foot in it with that conversation earlier.
Oof.
Oh, boy.
Ah, yes.
Gonna have to do that talk with Noah as well.
Yeah.
That'll be a next session thing.
Yeah, because it is fairly late. It's after 2 a.m., so
Oof.
Oh,
next
I
time.
just realized.
Oh, good.
Next time,
Maxine,
everybody.
you lying, sanctimonious whore! Oh, if Amber hears about this, Benji's gonna be standing there and she's gonna have this grim expression on her face. I don't care how many people I have to kill so long as she is one of them.
Damn.
Amber hears about what?
Say what?
About anything that Maxine has said. She hears Maxine's been talking shit, and Amber's response is gonna be, right, well, she's gonna join our sire in the death dimension.
Amber would have to physically be there because Bryan ain't saying shit to Amber.
Oh no, it's just any hint that Maxine's been talking shit to anyone. She could have said something to Jameson and she finds out. She's like, nope, alright.
Amber won't find out from Bryan, I can guarantee you that.
Oh yeah, no.
Well,
I like this juxtaposition of Maxine trying to influence big, strong Bryan against Baron von Svenkau's domain in general.
She doesn't need to do that. Bryan's already made up his mind about that domain. Bryan doesn't really like anybody from Velda's domain.
That's valid. But also, she's probably the most easily accessible to us, despite everything.
And
As long
You've
as
got
Bryan's not in the
Benji.
room, it doesn't matter.
Also,
yeah, your Benji is Ray's Mauler. Noel has a relatively alright rapport with Amber. I shall also be back because that's my food ready. Sorry, 1 minute.
also, as a note, Faust is already doing
Sorry,
you're
what?
doing the what?
Faust is already doing Velda a favor. He just needs to bring it up as a favor to her.
Well, I've got the poll started so that we can start in on XP, but who fulfilled some desires?
I ain't done shit. I tried. And then promptly got a belligerent Jameson, and Faust is just thinking, why the fuck do I talk to this? He doesn't want to fucking talk.
Oh.
He won't talk. He won't talk. He won't talk. There's no point.
I'm sorry.
Every time. Every time without fail.
I am so sorry.
You wonder why I'm not trying to work with Jameson. That's why.
That's valid.
There is
Yeah.
no point.
That's
There's
valid.
no
That's valid.
I was actually saying in the coterie chat that if Ray hears about this, she may well approach Jameson herself and be like, "Listen here, you little shit."
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I just won't hear about it because, well, partially because of Faust's ego. He doesn't like
Yeah.
that he's been berated.
But
I
also,
think
if you
that's
stand up to
probably-
Jameson, he might just punch you in the face.
Yeah. Ray would entirely expect that, but a lot of it is just a matter of if you want our respect, you have to give us a little bit as well. Like, the fact is that we're working with Velda's domain because they've actually shown us a little bit of respect to our faces.
Even when they hate us.
We know they hate us. It's just they're willing to listen if we have a problem.
It's starting to come to my realization. Maybe the camera is onto some lightened thing.
I didn't hear anything about what you just said.
Oh,
Maybe the Camarilla what?
maybe the Camarilla were onto something with this whole light thing. It makes this undeath ordeal a little more tolerable.
Well, that's ultimately the flip side, right?
God.
But yes, if anybody didn't fulfill desires, but womp womp. Oh well.
Not that it matters. I did have my date with Maxine.
You did.
At least got started with that. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
we're gonna leave that there. I don't want to get into the details.
Nope. She smooched you, and we fade to black.
That's
Whatever
all that
happens
mattered.
behind that black curtain, who knows? That's for you to decide.
I have that image in my head. That's all I need.
Okay. And so now that Gavin's back, we don't have any stains, I don't think. So I think we're golden on that, so we can move on to some experience. So we do things very similarly to the way that Derek, our player from Maria, does things in his games, in that we give everybody one for showing up to the table.
Wow.
Wow!
Wow.
And then, based on you as the players, you decide who had the best scene, who moved our plot the furthest, and who had the best line. And I've got the poll started for our audience favorite for who gets the bonus XP for that. So, go ahead and put in your votes while we deliberate amongst ourselves as to who moved our plot.
I got us started on a long term.
Faust.
I'm actually going to say Bryan. He's got his own little plot going there in the background, which is actually quite interesting.
It's true.
It's turned very interesting indeed.
I'm out to give Bryan best scene, so that's what I'm saving that vote for.
I'm going to do the same. So Faust is going to get my vote for plot mover.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So that's
Faust.
2 for Faust, 3 for Faust. Faust gets majority.
For me?
For you.
What?
Woo. So now we've kind of deliberated a little bit about best scene, but who takes it?
Bryan.
Bryan. Big reveal.
Yeah.
Bryan's
Oh,
just
no.
like, oh. just
Maxine, you poor thing.
It's just Maxine just like trauma dumped on Bryan. He's just, I'm gonna go turn on some music.
He's like, well, shit.
Well, Bryan's got to get her mind off of this shit and try to get things back on track. Food's out. Both our lives sucks, but I'm not getting into this competition. Yeah, let's dance.
Well, he saved it. I will give him that.
Dance and smooch the night away. That's fine.
I honestly didn't expect to pull that out after the way that conversation seemed to be going, so yay.
Bryan turns out to be a Casanova.
I mean, he's good looking.
Woo.
He's not the smoothest talker, but you know.
But Bryan gets our best scene, looks like.
Alright.
Yes.
Who had our best line? I know that I had a couple of some NPCs. but that's not for me.
I want to put Ray forward for her line concerning when she departed with Noah, turning around and saying, "Little bit of tact, guys. Geez, why the fuck am I the one saying this?"
It's a good one.
That was pretty good. It was pretty good. I still got to end up giving it to Maria, though. I wasn't aware we were getting involved into medieval torture devices, but this conversation just took a turn for the interesting.
In reference to the rack, that's my vote.
Yeah.
I am here for Ray.
Oh boy.
Both were really good.
Yep, you're the deciding factor, Mojo.
Maria's was funny. Ray's was actually useful.
They both have very good.
Don't let the power get to your head.
I'm not. 1 to 5, it goes to Maria. 6 or above, it goes to Ray.
Dice roll.
He's higher lowing it. Yep.
I have no way because I am literally torn with that one. And for very different reasons. And that's gonna go to Ray.
Well, thank you.
Hooray! Well, we still got a few more minutes left on the poll for our audience.
Holy
vote.
shit.
It's all tied up. Come on, guys. You can't pick a favorite? You can't decide? It's at times like these, and sometimes my players don't get that extra experience. You're depriving them. You know that, right? No, but I love everybody in my chat because you guys are great.
All right. Well, if we are at a tie, I'm gonna go out and say low clan low because Coffee's dice always fucking me in the ass anytime I go high clan high.
You know what? I'm going to follow the Ventru. For once in my fucking
Well, we've
life.
still got a couple minutes left on that, but do you guys have any feedback for the session?
Fuck Jameson.
If Bryan had been sitting in the room, he might have said that.
Yeah. I mean, Jameson,
Noel's
I love
already
Jameson's character, but Ray hates him.
Yeah, he's a very good character. I'm sure if I was any other character, if I was playing any other character, mine.
We're playing the Iconoclasts. We started this shit.
You did. It's all
We're
your
immigrants. I like how my favorite part is the fact that he's like, I always stick up for the, and this place is a haven, and I've been generous, but literally every fucking opportunity he gets, he kicks us down. He's so fucking xenophobic, dude. So fucking xenophobic. He just hates us. True to the Bruma.
You just hated that he called you out on your bullshit.
I mean, he did.
He did call you out on your bullshit.
He did.
Would bring up the same thing.
Oh.
It's just like
some last minute votes getting there for Maria and Faust.
Faust.
Oh.
So it's a high clan high or low clan low for Maria and
Giving
Faust.
it to Faust. Giving it to Faust. I will recede.
You concede? Okay.
I'll concede. Cool. Because you and I both know how these rolls have been going every single time, and I'd rather have one on the board than to end up making a roll on it.
Valid. Very valid.
That's fair. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Any expenditures?
double or nothing isn't worth the effort.
Double or nothing isn't worth it. 4-way, 3-way or 4-way split, definitely worth it.
Yeah.
I think there was something that I was going to invest in. I can't remember what.
Well, we could always deliberate that in the off week if you're not entirely sure right now, or if you want to bank.
There's totally something I was going to deliberate on. There was No, I remember. We were talking about resource. That's not available right now. Talked about personal herd, but I don't want to put into that. I think I know what I want to do.
What's that?
We're building a rack. So let's build a rack. I want to put dots into chase.
Can I put some XP towards that as well? Because you kind of took the idea out of my head.
Yeah.
I am, in the regards to chase, since you have been working on the homeless shelter for the area, I will allow 1 dot to be added to chase. But that dot cannot be added to herd unless you do more to build it up.
No problem. So, would that be 3 experience?
That would be 3 experience. 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 3
Guess what, y'all? We're for a chase.
Yay!
Yay!
No.
That is the
I was
one
gonna
dot and
say-
chase that I'm going to allow for the time being because you don't have anything else really justifying a 5 yet.
With
I have a dinner date to justify it. Coming up. Maxine's not going to be happy about it if you invite her. Figure it out, Bryan.
What? Can you repeat that? I seriously didn't hear you.
Open your dating pool up.
Maxine's not going to be happy about what?
Going on a dinner date with Velda?
Yeah, well, Velda's present.
Mm-hmm.
Maxie, don't like Velda either. Nope. Nope at all.
Mm,
She hates everything about She hates everything about Velda's domain.
Oh yeah.
I did have a question
Mhm.
about expenditure with.
Okay.
So, with that XP expenditure, that takes us to Chase 4, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I have all of that listed in the
With-
additional notes handout in Roll20.
With all of Ray and Maria's work in the community, could we go to Portal on 2?
Portal on 2,
Already.
I'd actually justify, yeah.
All right. Since I can't do the resources myself, I've still got to work on that. I'm gonna put 3 into Portal on. Give us Portal on.
Give
2.
us Portal
Portal
on
on
2.
2.
All right.
Nice.
So you have
Actually,
some rats who are probably going to be a little bit more vicious than others because they don't like dead things. They're going to be a little
Speaking
ballsy.
of, Marks,
Yo.
considering you've been talking to the animals so much, how much XP do you have?
Enough to spend. Why?
I was going to make the suggestion that we go to lane 3.
Lane 3
I
is
thought we
already
were
there.
already at lane 3.
Yeah, we're already at lane 3.
Are we at lane 3? That might be my seat then.
Yeah.
Any
I've
chance
n-
that we can go
like I
to
said,
lane 4?
Lane
Yeah.
4, not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just because
Okay.
Ray's been making her daily.
The daily
Chatting
thing
with
is
the
what's
animals
got
and
you
whatnot.
where you are now. If you added
Yeah.
more to that or other ways to get information to that, then I would consider it. But right now,
Okay.
lane 3 is where you can justify it.
You know what just
Okay.
occurred to me?
Hmm?
We already have the means to start up the rack thing.
Yeah.
Remember what's
Yeah,
his
we do.
bucket? Remember what's his bucket? The dude, the guy?
The one retainer that you took as a coterie and you never used
No.
anymore?
No, the Nosferatu who was like, let me.
Oh,
Or like-
Dismal.
And we're like, fuck you, no.
Dismal.
Didn't we line Dismal up to end up dead?
You haven't checked in on him.
Did we. Wait, what?
We dropped
Yeah.
his name with Velda.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We dropped his name in a negative situation with Velda.
And
We
you
lined
haven't
him
heard.
up to get fucked.
You haven't heard from him since.
I know.
Shit.
Get set to get decked, motherfucker. Yeah.
We don't know what happened to Dismal.
Nope. I'm not suggesting
my God.
anything. You haven't heard from him since, though.
So
I
for all
think-
we know, he's causing trouble underneath of everything. But we don't know.
Well, I guess that's something to look into.
I
We should
think
also
Bryan will
probably-
start making rounds with Ray.
What's that?
I said I think Bryan's going to start trying to make rounds with Ray, working on his feral whispers.
Yep. That's something that you
By
can
the
do.
way, I don't know if this would be stepping on Noel's toes, but Ray is totally going to teach Noah how to hunt. Because as far as she's concerned, Noel is shit at it.
Bryan would want to help with that too.
Yeah. Well, Ray is actually a very good hunter. She knows how to spot prey and take it down, pull it into a situation where there's no chance of getting caught, and just get it done.
Well, the thing is with Noah for hunting, what Noel had in mind was he was gonna have Ray and Faust each take Noel out hunting. Ray to show him physical hunting. Faust to show social hunting. And Noel to show him how to mentally hunt, how to do things like get bagged blood and things like that, so that he can make the decision for himself which way he wants to beat himself.
Because Ray is very good at teaching somebody how to spot out prey and then move them into a quiet area where they won't be seen. Because she actually had that happen with Noel way back when.
She did.
Yeah.
That was back when Noel still had to worry about Amanda and was hunting by her bags.
She took Noel to McDonald's to hunt.
Yeah.
Got him some Maccas.
Good old Maccas.
McDonald's. But,
Maccas. Hearing Maccas come out in the American accent is so weird.
Why?
I'm still not
It just
used to it.
sounds very different.
It's just,
It doesn't quite sound right.
Hearing it as Macca's just sounds weird to me, no matter which accent it's in.
yeah.
There's always
See,
Mickey
but
D's when I was a kid.
I have been working on my fake Australian accent because occasionally I do have to step into the boots of Ray.
Yes, and I
do.
thank you, and I love you for it.
Macca's.
Speaking of Australian accents, I really want to play Brisbane again.
One day, when the stars align and the celestials shine down upon us, maybe we will return to the River City. And hopefully we'll see if it's burnt down or not.
Maybe when I'm not looking for somewhere to live, I'll set something up for Rockhampton.
Be good.
Yeah.
Not an official announcement for the Gathering of Nerds.
No.
However,
No.
However,
It's something that I am considering.
pipe dreams.
Inevitably.
Right?
Return.
Oh my. But yeah,
The River City is a stage. And maybe it might have some few new people dancing on it
who knows?
eventually.
We'll have to find out if and when that kind of thing happens. But for now, I think since everybody's kind of done with their expenditures, yes,
Mm-hmm.
For now.
we are going to do a little bit of shout-outs for my lovely players. So, going down the line, we have the wonderful and creepy Macabre Derek. Derek, tell us what you've been up to, what you're going to be up to, and where it is we can find you.
Hello, everybody. My name's Macabre Derek. I end up specializing primarily in comic book art, specifically that of the horror variety, so you can end up catching me on Drawing on the Macabre tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Just end up following the Twitch channel, Macabre Derek, and you'll be fine. I also run Edmonton by Night on Sundays at 6:30 Central Standard Time, and the Vampire the Masquerade Workshop for anybody who's interested in learning the game of Vampire the Masquerade, joining us in the world of darkness at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time as well. So 6:30 and 7 o'clock is the times you just need to remember, and I'm streaming anywhere from Monday through Thursday. And we're doing a special right now as we keep dipping our toes into the waters of Goretober. Special bit of a drawing challenge throughout the month of October to celebrate Halloween, of all things. If you're into the grim and grotesque, if you're interested in a wild tale, and if you're interested in storytelling, definitely one of the places to be.
And since we did mention the Gathering of Nerds, do you got anything coming up for us, Gavin?
Maybe I do. Greetings, everybody. My name is Lethality Complex, and when I'm not avoiding sticking my foot in my mouth, you can find me over on the Gathering of Nerds. Right now, it's 2 streams, mostly. the Tuesday Minecraft streams and the Wednesday, or rather, Monday evening for you for the American people. Monday morning, or Tuesday morning. It's Australian time. Time zones are weird. Tuesday evening, Wednesday evening, Minecraft stream, multiplayer game stream. It's time zones. But we go live around 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. But there may be something else coming up soon. We'll see.
Who knows? We'll have to find out. Mox, do you do anything specific with our lovely gathering of nerds?
Actually, I was on with them last night while we were playing Phasmophobia. That was good fun. So yeah, come check us out. We do all sorts of streams, a lot of variety style of stuff, so you're sure to find something that you enjoy.
Yay, variety streamers.
Yeah.
Specs, you got anything coming up on the pipeline?
As of right now, unfortunately not. However, hello everyone. My name is Deflector. I'm a community illustrator and a, I guess, actor for BTM and general tabletop role-playing games around within this community. Currently, I don't have commissions open, but I am still working and intending on opening once my schedule frees up a bit, and I have a little. So when that happens, watch out for it on any of the associated Discord channels.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. And our good friend Symbol of Bloody Mojo doesn't stream, but he is a good dude, and we enjoy him playing Bryan. But that does it for those of us in the Alamo City. So I hope you all have a wonderful night. Say good night, all.
Good night.
Sleep while you can, Jude.
Fare thee well.
Good night.
Somebody teach me how to parrot.